Good morning, everyone. All right, so we're just opening just under a gamma max. Or gamma neutral, rather. VIX up. All right, give me 1 second here. Let me just pull up the rest of my charts. All right, how's everyone doing today? Lord bounced super high with GN rising. Yeah, Nvidia's opening like right at gamma neutral today. After calls fell off last week. SPX is opening just below gamma neutral. So we'll see how that works out. I don't think any elevated pricing here is going to last. There doesn't seem to be a lot of call side interest this morning. A little bit at 41.50. That could be our high bounce. Hold on, I'm trying to refresh this. All right. All right, cool. Everything's set. So this morning looked exciting on futures for a little while there, and then everything kind of bounced with earnings a bit. Interesting that VIX is popping this morning for some reason. Well, futures are down overnight. Also, VIX is usually at its highest at the beginning of the day. Doing all right, Jen Jen. How are you? I'm out of SLD puts. What a feeble SLD. Yeah. Yeah. Like 1.25%. Wasn't very, well, from the peak to the low. It wasn't very impressive. Is RC gonna buy Bobby now? Are you fucking kidding? $15 CSPs on Upstart for May 19. Looking kind of nice. Well, the put skew is starting to look a little more advantageous over there. So yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Just a little more bearish here. Put accumulation is going. We're expecting chop today, right? Not necessarily. No. If we fall sufficiently below gamma neutral, we'll probably realize downside. I don't see any reason to expect chop. Let's see how the calls shake out into the afternoon. If the little bit of long positioning left there between like 41.25 and 41.50 drops off, a lot of which dropped off Friday already, right? I don't see why we wouldn't slide below gamma neutral. I'm probably going to close the long side of my straddle somewhere in here. FSLR, LOL, and WOW. I told everyone Friday that it dropped 2% overnight. It moves quick. Bobby Q 35Cs. Ew. Yeah. So the cool thing about Revlon was Revlon had a 7 million share float, and its implied volatility would go to like 400. And the delta on those calls would actually go up. Bobby has a float of like 550 million. And you can cover 15 short positions without bumping it above 25 cents. I want to touch Bobby with your port. Noted. This last SLD might be the perfect type of price action to analyze as cumulative drops and then go back and compare the cumulative to other SLDs. I guess you could. I mean, how do you define what's a cumulative drop though, or its potential? Because SPX was like hung up between short puts at like 41.20 last week and short calls that were above 41.50, right? So it got extremely range bound by the market maker and by the sellers of those contracts, right? So it's that's kind of the problem with trying to determine it that way is, you have to take into account the market forces that are affecting any sell-offs during that period. Like, if you have down candles of 120 million volume but 60 million volume is buy volume, then that's why I never measured it that way in the first place. Damn, FSLR is like actually shitting the bed right now. Fucking 7% drop. I'm gonna close all of my 210 and 205 pets. Now I'm still waiting on. I'm not gonna close my long straddle just yet. I'd like this, honestly. I'd like this to hit 41.50 before it breaks down, so we don't have any more bullshit left to the upside. And we can actually like kind of confirm direction, right? I'm not gonna lie though, 41.50 is already starting to sell off a little bit. So maybe this isn't as promising as it looks. I'll just wait for it. Citi downgraded it and lowered its price target this morning. Interesting. Little known fact, the Bobby 20% off coupons regularly mailed out were actually real shares. I'm updating my resume and cover letter. I put you down as my first reference. No cap, for real, for real. I got you, Carl. So croak earnings way up. Anyone else think that's hella recessionary? I don't think the word hella needed to be used. Fuck is my coffee. Hold on. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Coke earnings. Great for Coca-Cola shareholders, I guess. Not that it matters, but City. Okay. If you have calls, stop losses. Yeah, I set them. Thank you for reminding me. I have 4130s from last week. I'm rolling my AMD position out to September, and I was wondering if getting 60 1-to-1 rebuy or 75 2.5 to 1 were better options. Way out of the money sounds enticing, but 75 is less risky. I mean, you've answered your own question. You're already trying to de-risk a position, so is adding risk to it really the best choice? Morning, how nice are you guys? Tell me about some 519 gold calls I want to make out. They're not looking great right now. Debating on cutting losses or rolling. I think I still have a few of those left too. Closed a bunch of them, but not all of them. Yeah, I still have a few left. Yeah, I'd probably cut them. At least until there's more bank worries. Maybe I'll wait till after FRC tonight. Yeah, I might wait till after FRC tonight. It's not like they're going to lose any more value. Yeah, should be running into a little bit of resistance here. 41, 4160. Show VIX one day. Is it available? I don't think it's available yet. It's VIX1D, right? So it doesn't look like my 410s that expire today are going to print, huh? Not yet. Yeah, fuckers trying to get all their hedgy crime in before it comes online for us poors. Or it just hasn't been added to TradingView yet. I feel like I constantly have to remind myself how trading this market is like playing on expert mode. It doesn't get much harder than this. It doesn't. Yeah, this is a bitch. Interesting. These are getting rather cheap. The VIX is surprisingly stable given the climb in price, right? That looks like big put repositioning to me. I should have some zero DTE information soon. I took a large chunk of money out of my port this morning to cover unexpected bullshit. I'm not happy. This market is going to crash without me, but maybe not just yet. Hey, Greg, check out the call put spread on TLT. Pretty odd. More calls at 125 than any other price. Interesting. I'm already long TLT, but interesting nonetheless. Like, how many more? By what margin? Of course, VIX 1D is 30 minutes delayed on CBOE. Of course it is. So does the real VIX now just never move again? Because what the fuck is this? Like, what's this bullshit? Zoom out more? No. VIX old. Soft landing. VIX should be dropping, right? I mean, you'd think. Bobby's ripping all the fixtures out of their stores to sell for pennies. Those are rental properties. Come on. Go get your calls. I don't have all day. Well, I do, but all right. Yep, plenty, plenty of call volume in on the zero GTs at 41.45, 41.50. And put volume picking up to the downside. So it looks like a rejection should give us a healthy move down once we see one. If we see one. Wow, are they really going to fail to hit 41.50? Hmm. What's selling off there? Oh. Okay. Just kind of, it's kind of weak. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could get the 50s if you get an opportunity to get into them. Yeah, they're still out of the money. By the way, can't you just calculate VIX 1D yourself if you have the live data? Yes, but no, right? The computing power is insane. Also, I'm pretty sure the auctions that they price VIX off of aren't like publicly available, so you don't know what contracts they'd be using. You'd have to you could make an approximation, I think, at best. Bought or sold on what? Space Banana. I couldn't make the live stream, but it was a good one. Quick question. It seems like most of the meme stocks continue to have lower highs. Have they gotten runs under control forever? Um, I think there's less of an interest in volatility shorting as retail backs out of the market more and more, right? So the call chains have dried up on a lot of them. There simply aren't as many obligations being generated. And so, volatility is less profitable on them, which means that when the vol shorts come in, they don't come in as strong as they used to. That can change. I mean, if we hit another bull market or something, but yeah, it's getting drier. Bro, I just full ported 4,200 zero DTE calls. They were so cheap, I couldn't afford not to buy them. I'm about to be rich. All right. Thoughts on Amazon earnings? Do you think they will drill hard like the last couple of times? Amazon's tricky. So I wanted to short their earnings or just short them in general after the run last week. But I think if AWS isn't down and their free cash flows haven't been hurt too badly, they'll be fine. They might be a little overvalued at the current price, but I don't think they're going to drop a ton. So I'd be careful with Amazon, if nothing else. Sorry, you mentioned something about 4140, 4150 call volume coming. I'm just looking at the volume. I have no idea if they're sold or bought. We're not really moving up much beyond 4140. And it looks like the long side of 4140 is breaking down, but slowly. So I would say that some of them might be sold. I feel like if they were all bought, we'd have a lot more momentum to the upside right now. I'm having some foundation repairs done, and it's so loud in the house I can hardly hear you with my headphones on. Also, if the market could go down, that'd be great, so I can pay these guys. What do you mean? The shorts won, man. You sh- you should have been one of them. They ain't leaving this level without filling that gap. Which one? Do we have any like relevant gaps here? This? Uh, that's a stretch, don't you think? No problem, Space Banana. I think I'm gonna wait for confirmation here, but entering here before entering call or put side. I'd calls without like this chop here, so I'm out for small profits. Okay, fair enough. I've got stop set on my calls from my straddle. They're up a little bit, but I should probably. I'm thinking about just closing them, or at least move my stop in really tight. So I get stopped out under 39. Yeah. Jimmy didn't get the memo that it was going to move with the market. Yeah. Well, they did get a little bit of liquidity this morning, so they probably stuffed any potential that it had. Although nothing's really performing well with the market this morning. What the fuck is VIX doing? Oh, I'm stopped out. Stopped out of the call side. Now we can go to 4160. Did NVIDIA IV drop a lot since last week? My June 16 240 puts lost 10% over the weekend, even though I bought them at 279. I don't know. One sec, I'll check. No? It says IV's up 2% from close on Friday. That was a legit stop hunt? Yeah, for puts, right? I mean, now we can go to 4200. I anticipate NVIDIA going up over 300 through the end of the year per the rule of inversing half square. It's probably, yeah, you fucked us all, half square. Thanks. So this VIX one day new effect to have SPX trade in a $3 range. Well, no. Thanks, Joe Rowe. Weird, I don't understand why those NVIDIA puts went down so much. I don't either. Although that's the IV30 I'm giving you, so I guess IV at your strike could be different. Or it's possible that the strike you have like sold off and the IV dropped. VIX one day is available on TOS. Oh, well, good for them. Any chance we might see 4100 today? It's possible. It's kind of far, but it's possible. Hmm. U.S. March retail sales revised 0.6%, previous negative 1%. Okay. Does that affect anything? No. Any chance we see Bobby run from here? Because stop throwing your money into bankrupt piles of shit. Yo, I was sensible and took profits today. Nice. The Bobby Cope slash Doom today is insane. Thoughts on PBR versus Devon Energy? PBR has a lot of political risk that Devon doesn't carry. They're they're pretty different. Also, you don't have to pay foreign taxes on the fucking dividend with Devon. I think Devon has a little bit more natural gas exposure. That's about it. And they're not really the same. Like share price appreciation is possible on Devon, whereas you're not going to get a lot of that with PBR. Like you're just buying PBR for the dividend, but that dividend may get cut back, right? Probably not a lot because they pay out most of it to the Brazilian government, but some of it. No problem. I have both. I mean, I have more DVN than I do PBR, but this is what's this at today? God damn it. 41.38.50. Oh shit. We're already below gamma neutral? Holy fuck, that moved up a lot. That's not even the fast boy. That's the That's gonna drive me nuts. There we go. Wait, no. Ah, fuck it. Great weekend stream. Thanks, man. GME FTD is so insignificant, you don't expect them to contribute to much price improvement this week. I know they aren't as reliable as ETF FTDs, but I think Wednesday has 600K. I mean, GME, like FTDs, don't affect that price at all. If anything, they help them move the price down by netting out and restoring liquidity. When is the most ideal time for a put position to go in the money? Would it be better to have theta and be out of the money, or have theta and be in the money? I'm just trying to figure out how contract pricing works there. I mean, theta decays more slowly if you're in the money. So ideally, your position will move in the money before your price target is reached. Dork also told me to get wrecked last month, and I wrote it in my journal. Good. You should hold on to that. If I might ask, at what price did you add to your DVN position? Hold on. I think I have both of my buys here. I bought in. I bought in at 52.77. Where's my first one? $46.50. 46.50. 52.77. And I got assigned on some CSPs at 50. Also. We were reporting FFTY Innovator IBD 50 ETF holds Upstart at 11%. Interesting. Cool. Would you sell CCs on GME this week? At the money or slightly out of the money? I mean, if you get like a morning pump or something like that, that's the best time to sell them out of the money. You might get another one. I mean, Jimmy's going to probably react with whatever market moves we get this week, and the upside's not totally dead yet. Amazon dumping off hard. All right. So we're not expecting any OPEX movement on GME this week. No, I don't think so. We haven't been seeing any realization of liquidity, so I don't see why we would. Hmm. Oop. Back over gamma neutral. I don't use Thinkorswim. Oh, I sometimes I use the browser window, sometimes I use workstation. Sorry, I misread that. I don't use Trader Workstation with TradingView though. That shit's a mess. That was fun. I think that's got rejected on the future side. Hmm. That was a little odd. What point do you think shorts on Upstart might start closing in a big manner? Probably not until credit markets stabilize. I mean, I can't imagine anybody short at, 40 or 35 has any intention of closing in the current price range and the current macro environment. Good morning, ending. I mean, ideally, shorts are going to want to close out slowly over time, right? If they'd stop getting it slapped on reg show, they might be able to get out a little more easily. How would you interpret gamma neutral moving up like it did? I mean, either call positions closing off or put positions coming in. Did you see an article on hedge funds shorting treasuries? No, but that makes sense. QQQ looking way more bearish than SPX. All right. SPX is having a little battle for gamma neutral this morning. Fun. August strikes for AMD bad. I think I'm going to go with August 75p instead of September 70p. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of time. So, I mean, if you're going to realize like a big downturn in the indexes, I mean, like August and September are sufficient. Looking at puts on Calm. Thoughts? I almost bought some of that. Hold on one second. I don't want to close that. Do they really have a lot lower to go, though? I mean, spreads might be better because you could at least capture the theta. Or you're just trying to short the dividend. I don't know. Last time after its dividend payout, it rallied. Yeah, shorting treasuries is dangerous. I just made 350 on a 0 DTE. Fucking gamma god. Nice, man. For sure, Hazy. Later, man. PT for 3M. Oh, I haven't given one out. Yeah. It's, it's not that I'm trying to keep it a secret. I just haven't decided on one yet. There's plenty of time. I don't worry about it. Hmm. Well, all this chop at gamma neutral is causing a lot of the like 4130 and 4135 calls to sell off because they want to take profits, which is kind of pulling the rug a little bit on the 4140 and 4145s. Although the amount of calls at 4150 is once again fucking ridiculous. So I'd watch out for any. So if we drop into the like 4125, 4120 range, be really careful of put capitulation and like an upside bounce. Calm short dividend, egg price is falling, Senate threatening price gouging investigation. Threatening or committing to. Those are very different. might be worthwhile. I don't know. It's an awfully like defensive stock to hope for like a good short position on, I think. And like from a technical standpoint, you know, there's resistance at like 52, right? So there's not a lot of room to fall. Have you ever thought about selling all your holdings and going all in on model train collecting? You know what? Twice. But I don't really like model trains, so that's kept me out of it. I actually combined the choices and went with September 75p because OI was terrible in August. Literally 1/10 the OI. Oh, okay. I have way less contracts, but better than amplifying my risk massively again. Okay. All right. I don't think that's a terrible decision. Greg, are you ready to trade 20 BPS of gamma neutral all week? Don't say that. Me? What's GM on Bobby? Pi-Fi. No calls below, so 50 cents. Me, thanks. Bobby goes to 54 cents, drops like a rock. Me, surprise Pikachu. You know, it helps if you don't buy really shitty stocks to begin with, right? Why does that's what I don't get. I mean, there's a million piles of shit that run 20% every day in the market. Why Bobby? Why one where its shittiness has been investigated thoroughly by thousands of people? Why not one where there's like a fighting chance that you could walk away with a tiny bit of profit and you know that there aren't like 20,000 bag holders that are down 90%? You think Tesla could have a bounce due to OPEX? No. I don't think there's any like OPEX realization going on, at least today. Did you buy that army man in lieu of the Bobby share? That guy was supposed to send it to me. He was going to send me one of the little parachute army men. I was going to try to float it above my air purifier. Sunk cost fallacy, I guess. What are your thoughts on HAL right now? I mean, I still own it. Oil took a little dive overnight, but it seems to be bouncing back this morning. How's HAL doing today? HAL looks good. It's been holding at like 33 to 34. It doesn't have a lot of interesting shit going on right now, but it's hanging in there. It's like a long term. Like I'm not selling my Halliburton for like probably 5 more years. So if you're asking about it on a short term time frame, I have no fucking idea. If it hits like $45, I'll sell it. Because a guy on Twitter with laser eyes said it was going to $1,000. Oh, sunk cost fallacy. I guess. Also in column, someone bought 146,000 puts at a 50 strike for May 19 last Friday. But this could be like a protective hedge. Like, someone might have got, like, a big shareholder might have gotten spooked by the, like, the Senate investigation or something like that. Like, you never know that's intended to be a short, right? I mean, I don't have like options information on that, and I highly doubt it's moved heavily by its options chain, given it's so defensive, right? I'm sure its options chain is relatively illiquid. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look particularly good, but you might be right. I do expect indexes to kind of fall over the next couple of weeks, and that might help realize more downside potential. Tesla dead? I mean, pile of shit. I mean, it's not a good company, right? So, like, it makes it a lot easier to confidently short it. Remember how you said Revlon was risky and I full ported on it? No. I remember saying Revlon was risky, but I don't remember you specifically full porting. I remember I said Bobby was risky and I full ported on it. How am I the idiot? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yodeling pickle update. I don't know. I have to check my Amazon customer service response emails. Jamie leaps a decent play for possible OPEX exposure or likelihood just too low until next month. Um, I don't think the likelihood's very high right now, so I'd probably wait it out. What's a good dip for BTU? I mean, if BTU fell to 20, I'd probably double my position. Bank rocketing. Any reason? Economy saved. Credit Suisse didn't go insolvent this morning. That might be helping out some confidence. Could just be speculation on shit like FRC, which I don't think is in a very good spot. The SPX gamma neutral is at 138.50. Hmm. Wouldn't drop? I don't fucking know. We're testing resistance on futures again. So if we get rejected a second time, third time now, I guess. I'm surprised there isn't just more push. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would take a lot for them to get the 4150s in the money. But it continues to look weak on declining volume, so it may be that it needs to kind of break down a little bit for them to get some call support on the underside of the move. The problem right now is we're chopping so much at GN that the calls down here are taking profits, which is making it harder for them to push it higher into the huge amount of calls here. So sometimes in that scenario, you know, it's better for the price to fall so that calls can load up under GN again. And then, you know, when puts capitulate, say like 41.25, then they can, you know, then they can get some momentum going and punch through into those like 41.40, 41.45 calls. Does that make sense? A more cheerful note, Upstart FTDs look very interesting for this week. Cover calls by Friday next Monday. I gotta dig myself out somehow. Upstart looks nice. I mean, it's probably still gonna be like another. I don't know. We might start to see some action on Upstart going into the beginning of May. We'll see. I'll say something if anything looks promising. CS posting only 60 billion outflow. Bullish. I mean, CS is keeping CS afloat right now. I mean, they got a bailout. Are you hitting 39.90 today, right? That's very far away, Pterodactyl. Maybe if we'd opened under 4,100. No, you silly pair. 4,200 next stop. It's a bull market. No, it's not. Like it wants to be. And a lot of people wish it was. But it's not. Not yet. See any good opportunities for CCs on GME this week? I mean, there's not a lot of. This isn't like the ETF FTD period. So, no. I mean, if I were selling any this week, which I haven't yet, but I probably will, since I had some that expired on Friday. I'll probably just target like out of the money. There we go. Actual rejection. That's so cool. More. Oh, FRC is trading at 90% of its previous price because they're insolvent by like negative $30 billion. Or you're just a bot. I don't know. I might be talking to bots again. Equity's not in a bull market, but BTC certainly seems to be. Really? You, sure, man. if you're sticking around, consider dropping a like. It really helps with discoverability on account of YouTube being a real mean bitch. Thank you, Ending, for notifying people about that. Yes, like the stream, even if you're hate watching. One of the Pickles picks is gonna hit your risk already. Red line. Does this negate the play or move your strikes up? Does it also affect dates? It generally doesn't affect dates, but I probably haven't entered whatever play that is. Which one is it? Usually, I mean, usually if something has like a tight risk and it moves above it, I'll just wait and then enter. IWM? Oh yeah, I'd probably just wait and see if it presents a better opportunity for entry. It says a little more it can go down. $41.25 is like the first level with a lot of put interest. So I wouldn't expect profit taking to fuck us over too hard here at 41.30. So I'd be looking down here. Mm, futures look like they're still selling off a bit. Volume's declining though. That was a big fucking dump. Okay, an actual triple top that didn't break up to 41.60? What? Clown market. Put positioning picking up at 41.15, 41.10, 4100. Man, people really love buying the 4100 strike. when we're trading $30 above it. Awesome. The short side of my straddle now in the money. Fuck yeah. Tesla dead. Yes, Victor. As of Friday, I've knocked close to $10 off my GME cost basis, and I've never played an OPEX. Okay. All right, so 41.25's where we can see some put capitulation here. Um, I would be patient. This is also a really important level on futures, so it is a good time for stops, and to watch out for a bounce back if we're gonna get one, which we may not, because we just pushed through it. But it's still a good time to set stops. Because, like I said earlier, those calls are still open to the upside. And if they start to pick up interest and we get put capitulation, we can rocket back up. Thank you for your teachings. And let the bag holders know there's still hope, except for Bobby. So what happens in China when the goods they're able to hoard during COVID-0 run out and global supply line issues start to take effect? That'll be interesting. There's the bounce that I was talking about. What? Careful with this. Didn't get the put entry I wanted. Oh well, it's time for more coffee. Yeah. Plot twist: the entirety of SLD sell-offs replaced market open, and dark pools will settle all day for 300 BPS downward move. It's not impossible. Um, Unlikely. It's not so much that the sell-offs don't need to continue to occur, but the deposits had to be made by market open, right? That's that would be the concern there. Is that it's not the orders for selling of equities that they can sell the fucking equities whenever, but the deposits have to be completed by market open. So, whatever ACH transfer or wire transfer they were going to complete to FINRA, those have to be in before opening bell today. They can, I mean, they could give FINRA the fucking money from their cash reserves and then sell shit off after the fact, right? Like, and this is the thing that everyone gets wrong about SLD. SLD, people think that like the deposit forces selling. It's not. It's just that they need liquidity, right? And so you have a period of time where deposits are due, and it's just likely that they try to get liquidity somewhere in that range, right? Like the correlation and causation there are not so entwined. It's not like OPEX where there's like a direct effect from like a market mechanic. Oh, that's used for their margin. So it's deposits against their margin. And then they start to settle those deposits and approve participants for additional margin. And that's the settlement period, right? And then, generally during the settlement period, we start to see leveraging, more leveraging. That bounce is not too impressive. Well, first of all, don't judge it by its first leg up. Second of all, if you're playing zero DTEs, that bounce would have lost you about 15% on your contract. So it's relevant. I mean, if you're holding like September puts, why would you give a shit? But if you're holding zero DTEs, it matters a lot. Hey, Georg, I'm working with buying and selling options on Fidelity. Would you happen to know who created the interface? I want to have a talk with them. I'd like to beat one of them with a club. More importantly, I think, who hasn't updated the interface since 1998? They promised all through 2021 or 2021. They were promising 2021 and 2020. They were promising they were going to update it. They were going to reveal like this cool fucking new trading product. It just sucks balls. Big fucking hairy balls. They haven't improved shit. IBKR sucks too. Like if you want to talk about UI and interface, they're all fucking terrible. The worse the UI, the better the broker. Yeah, actually. Have you ever filled on an option on Vanguard, Dork? It's amazing how often you get that shit under the bid. But it doesn't matter because there's no notification that you bought it, and you have to dig through like 50 tabs to find the actual option in order to sell it. Fidelity's pretty good at fills too. WeBull's amazing at fills for orders placed before market open. I'm well aware, T5. You get an email that you sold it at Vanguard. There's no stop loss on options. I know. Vanguard's slightly better now. There's a small tab where you can spam click a refresh button to see if an order executes. The only shit I have in Vanguard now is like a few like dividend stocks where I don't sell covered calls on them. I've transferred everything else out of there. Wouldn't Cash App get derivatives? If this retests 41.25, I think I'm gonna buy a call. What's NVIDIA doing? God damn it. I knew I should have bought fucking 270 weeklies this morning. Hey guys, NVIDIA below gamma neutral. Oh, thank God. So, as some of you know, I was net negative this month. After today's straddle, no more. I'm going to reiterate this. Straddles are the fucking best. With 6 days to spare. I know, and I didn't even have to sell more covered calls. Hmm. What's going on, futures? Yeah, so I think futures might reject on the underside of 4150 here. Well, 4150 is actually kind of like right where it's at. So I think this might reject and then bounce. Let me see what the call side buildup looks like. So some 4100 puts selling off, 4150 calls coming in. Yeah, see, this is what's got me worried is that these 4145s and 4150s, they're not going anywhere. So I think we get like a double bottom here. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Weebble's being a piece of shit. No, I don't think Weebble's gonna or Nvidia's gonna stay below DN for long. It'll probably bounce back above it if the market bounces. So careful. Um, yeah, so I think it's possible that we kind of like test the downside one more time before moving up. But those calls up here aren't going anywhere right now. So any like weakness on the bear side is gonna lead to a bounce. I don't know how much of one. I don't know if they'll regain gamma neutral. They might. This may not break down even, which is another possibility. Ooh. That's interesting. But you didn't make money already, Dork? What the fuck, man? You should have made like 50% on the puts from earlier. Those were awesome. I've been making money scalping. Okay, okay. Oh, you're talking about your far dated puts. You're gonna make more money than those fucking puts are worth at like 4 contracts. ES gap at 41. So, what do you mean 41? Why are you saying say the whole number? I said 20K trying to buy Nike stock on Amazon. I don't see my shares anywhere. There's currently a pallet of ankle socks sitting on my porch. Where did I go wrong? You didn't. Now you just need to find a buyer for the socks. I'm planning on playing SPX0 DT. Oh yeah, I guess not. Fucking spy. I'm being boring as fuck, but I made $100 here. Why not just play QQQ at that point? Or Russell. Russell slipped 35 BPS. SPX has a gap around 0.12. Helpful, thanks. what about RUT contracts, Dork? Those are cheap. They're a lot cheaper than fucking SPX. RUT's usually pretty liquid. Oh, you're on Fidelity though. You don't have futures trading. Let me just lose $300 on the spread. Here comes that second test of 41.25. So this is really important. If we break down below, we can continue to slide. Although I don't think we're gonna. This is super greedy, but I'm gonna do it. What the fuck? Fuck off. No. Maybe I can still get the fill. Son of a bitch. Fucking goddamn Windows update. Um, 4141. So please tell your colleagues at Silhouette and BlackRock to dump it. Ideally, draw a line of resistance to the upside so they know when to hit sell market. 4135 on ES before any real bounce. I don't know. It kind of looks like we're bouncing off 4145 right now. I don't see the gap at 4141. I guess it's on the 1 minute. What did this? Guess what? They move SLD to this week. Seriously, not kidding. There are some approved exceptions, and it's lining up with bad earnings. Careful. What? The SLD settlement is this week. I'm calling it now. We'll bounce to 4080 and 4175 from now until September. Then we dipped to 3700 and head to SPX 5000 end of year. Buy another call here. No, I wait. I only need one, right? Yeah. Scroll left in WeBull for what? They move SLD to this week. Sup, Gherk? Barry here. What's up, Barry? After FINRA receives that sweet liquidity deposit, what does FINRA turn around to do with that cash? Aside from making a trip to behind the Wendy's dumpster. But they hold it as a deposit against margin. And they increase the margin limits for the participants that made bigger deposits. More margin. SPX 1 minute chart looks like a little mouse. It's cute. Oh shit. I forgot to respond to your thing, Yaga. I meant to too. I like saw it on Friday and I was like, I'll totally answer that. It was a bit wonky. Um but the range seemed okay. You're gonna have to, generally speaking, I don't open those for more than like a day. I very rarely open them for an entire week. But if you do them for an entire week, you generally want to make sure you have a pretty wide range of profitability. And they're risky on weeks where you expect downside because they're like negatively exposed to implied volatility, right? So you have to factor in that if Ivy increases, like VIX goes up like today, that can reduce your profitable range to the downside. That's more of like a double condor. I'm not a big fan of those, especially not carrying overnight risk on them. Yeah, well, harder to exit early. So if Ivy spikes, right? Say VIX goes up like 3%, or you're selling it when VIX is low, it means you can't exit it until expiration, right? Well, without taking a loss. Windows tip, set your connection to metered, whether you're Wi-Fi or LAN. This way fucking Windows won't auto download updates unless you tell it to. Interesting. I just have that. You can just turn off, I think, that setting where it auto downloads updates. I have that off. I just forgot to turn off the part where it auto updates. So I had to cancel the update. But I was in the middle of trying to place an order for a contract, and then I missed the bid by like 50 cents. So I was pissed. I wish the Weeble would let me drag the position box to lower my cost basis. Do you still think we might bounce? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Leverage funds are the most short 10-year treasuries on record. CFTC data also shows the biggest S&P 500 net short position in 12 years. What if someone decides to squeeze these shorts? I mean, they're like derivative shorts, right? I mean, well, those would be two very different squeezes, right? Treasuries up would not be S&P up, and S&P up would not mean treasuries up. Microsoft owes you money now. Yeah, I'll try to get it. Do you use Windows 10 or 11? I use Windows Me. Cool, thanks. I'm unsure if I should enter anything here. Took a bit of profits earlier. Nice. Bounce to 4150. VIX black below 1650. Like RC said, buckle up. VIX 1D is on TradingView now. Ooh. Still don't have it. I'll have to. Yeah. Not yet. I'm not gonna close and reopen TradingView to fucking update VIX. I just don't care about it that much today. Type VIX 1D with the space included? Oh, there it is. Oh, this is exciting. Is my data live? No. Well, why am I paying for live fucking data? You need to fix this shit. This is nonsense. Mm-hmm. Ooh, 4,100 puts coming in strong. Should I buy a couple of those as a hedge in case this breaks down? No. I don't think I do. Hmm. Stop loss hunting. I think the potential to bounce is still there. Futures are still stuck at 41.45. So I feel like some of this is like stop loss hunting. Still a few more minutes of this at least. When you say hedge, you just mean averaging down your existing one direction position, right? No. I mean, sometimes, but no. If you zoom out enough on SPX on the 1 minute, the drop from today's high looks like a straight line down. It's pretty impressive. Mind if I ask your PT time horizon for your further dated SPX puts? The June ones? I, I, I assume you mean the June ones. They're not targeting like going in the money. They're mostly there to target, like if we, so negative Fed rate decision, followed by like unfavorable CPI. So maybe like I'm targeting like mid-May at the latest. Obviously I'll hang on to them if we slip below the collar at 38.85, but otherwise I'll just take profits on them at like the first available opportunity or spike on VIX. No problem. I just want one more chance to sell another 100 contract spread at 41.50. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. Hey, Greg, looks like we're seeing more downs today. Too bad I didn't buy enough theta and I have to spend the day behind the Wendy's dumpster. Sorry, gotta go. New client just showed up. All right, let me know when you're recovered. Do you think SPX bounces or this thing is diving further? I already said I think it's going to bounce. It's starting to. It's starting to do the thing I said it was going to do. Futures volume is way higher today than it has been. Picking up. It should pick up through this week. Like liquidity should start to improve a little bit. When might you consider a good entry point for Upstart? This is below my cost basis, but I don't know how much further down it could go. Looking at its history. I mean, I'm targeting like 14 to 12. I sold CSPs there Friday. I'll probably sell some more CSPs in that range this week. My wife wanted a water feature. She was upset when I ran the bidet for 20 minutes and threw glitter in the bathroom. That is a water feature. Have you tried doing it again, but in a banana hammock? I know you said it was going to bounce, but do you think it's going to bounce up or bounce down? What? Yeah, I know the 4120p volume is picking up. I'm start looking any good for this week. I mean, what do you mean by looking good for this week? Is it going to OPEX? I don't think so. How many times do I have to say this? She left the banana hammock at your place. Oh. I'll send it over. $41.30, huh? Motherfucking call buyers, man. $41.10's starting to pick up a little bit of interest. I feel like they might get blown out though. Hey, Pickle Man, I know you said Upstart isn't going to OPEX this week, but is Upstart going to OPEX this week? Goddamn motherfuckers. If you run water with laminar flow next to a comb, the static electricity bends the stream of water, which could be considered a feature of water. Isn't that a feature of like static electricity? Or hydrogen bonds? When VIX goes up, does IV on all ticker puts usually go up? To some extent. You roll the May QQQ puts here. They're worthless. Oh, May QQQ puts? I thought you were talking about the ones that expire today. Do they need rolled? What do I have for May? Hold on, let me look at my QQQ positioning. All I have on this one's 0 DTs. I don't think the third. Yeah, I'm not gonna roll the 310s or the 305s. No. Greg, I'm back from a week-long meeting. What have I missed? Also, is this November OPEX? You've missed nothing, and no, it's not. I read on the Pickle Jar Reddit, Upstart's gonna OPEX this week. Motherfucker. I need to delete that shit. There are no 0 DTE VIX contracts. That's not how 1-day VIX works. It's just an index. It's not tradable. Why does everyone think it's fucking tradable? Yeah, okay. I'll acquiesce to that. I don't even know what VIX is. You know, you've bought calls on it before, Popcorn Trader. I thought VIX was for when you have a chest cold. Are Cutco kitchen shears the best? You really just want me to hate you, don't you? Bipolar Bear. How are your harp skills? I'm trying to make a band and I'm on accordion. Ugh, mediocre. Now, I could play the hurdy-gurdy, but I'm not sure if that's going to fit in with the thematic elements you've decided on. Wonder what the percent chance that this doesn't bounce is. 18? Like an 18% chance it doesn't bounce? The fuck is a hurdy-gurdy? It's like a stringed instrument where you spin like a wheel. You mean a yo-yo? No, not a yo-yo. I'll show you an image of one. It looks like that. So down at the bottom, you crank that, and then it produces your soft goods. It's like medieval Guitar Hero. Pirate farting instrument. I think they're large. Any earnings worth playing this week? I know you don't usually play earnings, but there are a ton. I what? There are earnings this week. That's usually how earnings season works. I don't even know how to respond to that. How low could we drop until then? 1650? 1550? Maybe 15? 13? 10? No, seriously though, like somewhere between like 1750 and $15. You know, I'm not gonna lie, futures isn't getting a lot of traction here. This doesn't look so hot. Has anybody stopped buying 4130s? No. Ooh, puts are starting to capitulate. Why would you buy 4100s? Why would you buy thousands of 4100s right now? No problem, Lulu. My question is if you were playing any of them this week. I don't play earnings. They're not directionally. Although there's a chance that I might buy a bunch of out of the money weekly puts on some larger cap stocks in the hopes that they hard miss on their revenues. I didn't say which ones. If I wanted to tell you which ones, I would have said which ones. Can you say which ones and strikes so I don't ghost you? Still feel like this earnings season will kick off a downtrend. Yeah. Short them all. Hmm. You say puts are starting to capitulate? Yeah, out of the money. I wonder if I have any muffins. Remember when Apple and Amazon missed and the market rallied? Yeah. Sometimes it's better to pretend that bad things aren't happening. Should I invest in a drilling company or submarine futures? What do they drill for? Hold on. I want to go get a muffin while I wait for this to bounce. I'm back. What did you guys do the market? Hmm. I don't like that. Futures moved down and tested. Well, almost tested 4140. I don't know who Tucker Carlson is. That's on Bobby pulling a Revlon. Bobby's a piece of shit. This is some bounce. Yeah, guys. So buy puts. Or lemon poppy seed. I did. I shorted ES. I don't believe you. But you'll see them in your poops. The lemon or the poppies. Zesty. I'm not a serial killer, Odorous Dan. Thanks for asking, though. I won't argue that, but apparently so is Rev. No, Rev had a 7 million share float, and they still had like ongoing concerns and made money and products. As a matter of fact, they haven't stopped making money or products, even though they're blowing up all their shareholder equity. I have no intention of playing FRC earnings with a far dated straddle. Bobby was once worth $80 a share. Jimmy was worth like 480. Mm. Oh, that's boring. I have to wait a little bit longer on these calls. The 4150 is still there, or did they sell off a bit? Haven't really budged. The 4130 sold off just now a little bit on that drop, but it's still call side favored. Did the invention of ETFs allow for fractional shares? No. Interesting. Okay, cool. Good chat. I mean, I answered your question. I don't even understand where you would get the idea that ETFs allow for fractional shares. Is today's straddle 0 DT or 11 DTE? For this morning? Are you talking about the one I bought on Friday? It was May 12th expiration. Do you mind fixing the top line of the descending channel? I suppose we'd have a new one after the last breakout. So it'd probably be like from here. Ah. Chop, chop, chop. Okay, I think here. No. Oh, wait. This is a sell-off, FYI. I know. What should I buy 2K worth of in my Roth? BTU under 24? DVN? I want energy. I don't care what you buy. Whatever you want. Hey, BTU is not really oil exposure. Yeah, Nasdaq's pulling shit down a lot. Greg, I did a smart for once. I didn't commit my full capital into IWM, just a little at a time. Nice, man. I feel sorry for the people who are not watching this stream during August 2022 before Jamie lost 50% and never saw those prices again. Does this still count as SLD? No. No, the deposit period is over. FUBO is down almost 69% over the last 6 months. Is that bullish? No. What's happening with VIX? I thought candles on VIX were only red. What mean? Well, volatility's moving up, dork. People are finally buying some puts. It's kind of cool. I'm buying an obscene number of them at 4,100 though, which I don't really understand. GN on Nvidia is at 270. I put it in the daily. Headwind. If it's zero DTs, it's probably retail chasing. It's a bit bigger than retail. My June VIX calls are down 8% today. Congratulations. What OPEX? There's no OPEX. What's gonna OPEX? I mean, there's an OPEX, but it's not an up one. Still holding off on credit spreads until a test of 4150. If we tested 4135 today, I'd probably sell some. They could be sold at 4100. It's possible. So next OPEX could be May. Maybe. We'll see. There's some obligations that are coming due beginning of May on GME. I'm not sure how much that's going to drive price action, but they're quite high on the ETF side. Um, so that might be like a little bump, but yeah, I would say May or June seem more likely for like an actual OPEX move. And that's only provided people start actually buying fucking like some calls on GME, which they have not been doing. So I could close my Fubo sold puts up 50%, but then how would I get assigned? Well, you wouldn't. If you had GME June 20p, what would you watch for to cut them? I don't know, probably the $3 of price drop over the last 2 weeks. GME's not being shorted very hard. The market hasn't dropped very hard yet either, though. I can't decide if I should cut my 412C hedge that expires tomorrow. I've got a 411p expiring Friday. I don't really know what SPY's trading at, so I couldn't tell you. SPY's probably not going to see 412 today, but it might see a little bit closer to 412. It could. It could potentially see 412 today. I really think like a move above 130 is like significantly above 130 is unlikely. But if it does move like say back above 412, get ready to or be ready to set stops. All right, NQ's recovering a little bit there. ES is getting a little pump. Due to my favorite part of my new normal workday, I just have one question. Why is OPEX? Because there's a large expiration of options every month. This feels like Thursday. We closed the upside gap, then dumped, but this time it's inverse. Okay. Except there's no upside, like large upside gap. There's a little tiny gap up there by gamma neutral. So you aren't expecting a bump on GME this week? We might get like another morning one, maybe like back to 2050. If the market has a rally at any point, there might be like an opportunity to sell some CCs. If I sell CCs this week, though, I'm probably gonna sell them like out of the money. I already have plenty of in the money ones that I closed. Well, in the money ones that I closed out last Friday, and then like ones that were at like 22 and 20. And then I still have some open for May 19th that are at like 20 and 1875. And then I have out of the money ones that I opened last week at 2250. $18 CC on Jimmy for 2 weeks out, too greedy. It might not be enough theta. Can you please say Hazy is okay at Rocket League? Okay. When you choose 512, and if you excuse me when you repeat straddle today, will it be May 12th again, or the following Monday, or other date? I'll probably go with 512 again because the liquidity is pretty decent around this price range. If the liquidity is not as good as it was on Friday, then I might choose a different date. But yeah, I'm probably gonna try to keep them roughly, 14 to 10 DTE. Tonight, I'm not going to. If we close tonight below gamma neutral, I'm not going to be setting my straddle 1-to-1. It'll probably be like 0.5 to 1 ratio. So on like 30 contracts, maybe like 15 calls, 30 puts. If the overall market were moving down, could the price of a stock follow that drop without any volume at all? Not with no volume, no. If there's no trades, then there's no realization, right? Although I don't know what stock would have no volume because of active funds and ETFs. Are they transferring to IBKR because of how they can handle conditional orders? Is there something about them you don't like which I should be aware of? No, their UI sucks, but that's it. Once you get used to it, it's fine though. Are you gonna play FRC earnings with the straddle? Why? You know, it'd be the funniest thing if nothing financially has changed with FRC, and it just opens tomorrow at the same price it closes tonight, minus 50% IV. No, probably the same date on the call side. I'm already trimming back the delta, right? I messed up. I rolled my AMD position, except I sold in my IRA and bought in my normal account. So now I'm over leveraged again in AMD because Fidelity swapped accounts on me. Oh well. Jesus Christ, Thunder. Maybe, and I'm saying this as a friend. Maybe you shouldn't trade AMD anymore. What you just described to my straddle on WFC earnings, you can see the future. One last question on a straddle. If above gamma neutral, 2-to-1 puts a call ratio, 1-to-1 at GN or below? What? No. Below gamma neutral, 0.5-to-1. At gamma neutral or above, 1-to-1. I know NVIDIA's dying. I have a giant fat stack of puts on it. You shut your face, mortal, when you're talking to me. But Gork candles, what about them? Bear? Re? As a friend, let me just die with AMD, okay? If we're both going down, I'm fine. I don't care about losing money. I just need AMD to lose more. It's personal. Way to invest with your mind and not your emotions there. Hmm. Yes, somewhat. Hmm. I fucking hate descending wedges so much. Didn't it fill the gap already? Did someone become net positive for this month? Yeah, this morning. In the last 6 months, NVIDIA went up 112%. This isn't news. It shocks me every time and re-realize that. Also, in the 5-year chart, NVIDIA looks like an epic roller coaster. You have to be 52 inches tall to ride. Yeah, it's got some wild swings. When are you going to cut your 4130 calls? Probably soon. Upside momentum's getting kind of crushed. Uh, 4100 sold off. Would that have been your first negative month since pre-COVID? Yeah. Don't worry, I can still fuck it up before the month is over. Would you say is the biggest contributor to you taking so long to become net positive this month? Low straddle gains? Partially. Was it the VIX dropping? Mostly. Or NVIDIA stubbornness. Actually, I haven't done too badly on NVIDIA with the call selling. I wasn't being very aggressive with selling calls on SPX through like SLD, or at least the initial part of SLD. And I've got, a lot of put contracts. So my theta cost per day is a massive burn that I have to keep under control. Um, so hopefully I've got that more under control now. I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive selling spreads on SPX, like 1 and 2 DTE spreads. Now that we have like some more breakdown in the call side, I feel a little more confident doing them. So that should help offset that cost to carry. But mostly, yeah, just cost to carry. A lot of open positions, right? And so you just big fat fucking drawdowns. Big put capitulation right there. 4100, 4105, 4110, 4115. Some calls coming in at 4130, 4135. So maybe this is our turnaround now that the gap's filled. Retest of the standard deviation line on futures. So 4150, which is all I really expected when I bought these calls. But also, yeah, since I'm so put exposed, VIX going down really hurt. VIX is back up now, which helps a lot. We're back up a little bit, or at least closer to where I bought most of those puts, which was like VIX 18 to like 17. Goldman estimates the debt racked up by China's provincial governments at 23 trillion, 126% of gross domestic product. Guizhou, I don't know how to pronounce that. Gaiju, uh, trying to avoid default. Can you put more SPX spreads in pickle picks? Like, I get the general idea, but it'd be helpful to see practical examples and to rebuild my port. Thanks, VIX Crash. Two DTE credit spreads. Don't forget that I can float a lot of margin. But yeah. So like what was it? Last Thursday around noon ish, I sold like 75 contracts at 4150 and bought 4175s for today. Guizhou? Oh, okay. So hypothetically, if ES is at 4150, that will leave the SPX around 4130-ish. Yeah. Is VIX going to bingo, bango, bongo this week? That's maybe into the Fed meeting next week, or possibly like we should see it crawl up through earnings and like PCE, GDP, and then probably peak near the Fed decision over the next week. But I don't know if that's going to be very high, right? That might be like 18, 19. I don't know if I'd play calls on that. Hey, futures are finally breaking up a little bit. Carl, I didn't know you were a slut for bacon. I feel like that's important information that you didn't include in your moderator application. How's 4135s looking? I feel like somebody's buying the fuck out of that strike. You know, they're not. They're buying the fuck out of 4140 and 4130, though. Thanks. Trying to keep a somewhat equation in my head. So when you announce ES, I can figure out a napkin number for SPX when I can't watch. Okay. Remember that contracts as we move closer to the futures expiration. So it's not a set distance. It's relative over time. My mod application was an empty bottle of wine and a $3 bill. Yeah, but on the $3 bill, it said for good times, and then there was a phone number, which I assume was your wife's cell phone. But I would have expected it to also say somewhere on there, P.S. Carl is a slut for bacon. Which day this week would you consider to have the biggest impact on the overall market? PCE. PCE is the thing people are most scared of. Although GDP can be moderately bullish throughout the day. I suppose there's durable goods will probably have like a immediate effect. But I don't think any of the bullish or bearishness from it will persist. GDP kind of the same thing. Unless GDP is contracted significantly, and that could scare the shit out of everyone. But I think GDP is expected to be up. This is the second report for the quarter. My wife wanted it to be about her and not me. I understand. I think you could just remove the for bacon part. Probably. You know what Carl's really a slut for? Wendy's baked potatoes. I'm expecting 18 to 1585 GME price target by earnings. Is it better to sell in the money CCs for 60 DTE or slightly out of the money for 30? What do you think? Amazon will probably have the biggest impact considering Microsoft's already wildly overvalued. The market's never really boring. There's always something going on. Nothing schmacks like Wendy's 3-week-old microwaved taters. How high do you think we can see this week on SPX? Like 4150, 4160. The ones you find behind the dumpsters are the best. Extra rusty, crusty. Yeah. Now the call buyers are being little bitches. I hate this market so much. What's the lowest you see SPX going this week? I think if we break down below 4070, we can just keep falling. As long as data remains moderate or bearish and we're below 4070, there's nothing down there but puts. I've been watching AI presidents make tier lists, and it's the hardest I've laughed since Jamie ran to $27 after earnings. Nice. If we fall below 4070, but will we? I think so. Maybe not by the end of this week, but maybe following the Fed rate decision. There's still a lot of sold puts at 4,100. There's some challenges on the way down. But things are getting more bearish and gamma neutral's moving up, which is cool. I need some fucking eye drops. Hold on. Ow. You still have SPX April 26th and 28th puts? Yes. I think so. Hold on, let me look. I have April 26th 4075 and April 28th 4050s. Will we ever see 3600 again? Possibly. Might see lower. So slow. Yes, just testing 4150 now. I should probably put a stop in here somewhere. Um, $12.30. I've held 10 shares of Bobby in solidarity of my regarded apes brethren, but now I'm starting to get cold feet. What should I do? Why would I care about your $2 investment? I'll buy your GameStop covered calls at $22.50. They expired last week. What price would SPX have to fall to invalidate your Treasury inflation swap theory? I suppose if SPX fell to like 2,800 without Treasury squeezing, that would invalidate it. That seems reasonable. Still think 16.18 for Jamie low price target. Yeah. It slipped under 20 today. It's getting close. I sincerely hope that anybody who continues to pump money into Bobby loses all of it. Hold on one second. I gotta. Lily almost tapped GM this AM. Still waiting on entry. Yeah. I might enter some like out of the money, like the further out of the money ones before earnings. But I really don't want to enter anything till earnings. It's really risky to enter before earnings. 41.30 rejection. No, futures look. I mean, futures are still pushing up to 41.50, testing it, right? If they break out, then yeah, there's a possibility this moves higher. If they fail here, I guess I have stops in place. I'm pretty much right at cost basis on these calls now. So the bounce came a little later than I wanted it to, and I probably should have waited till here to enter instead of here. But I think I averaged down like here and here, so it's not too bad. So those are the 3 entries. If this does break 41.50, I'll make a bunch of money. Because we'll probably test like gamma neutral. I suppose I can move this up a little bit. So there's some put capitulation going on right now. That's mostly what's driving price up. There's not a lot of calls coming in yet. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ, what? If this breaks 41.50, I'll smile. I mean, I'll be happy if it breaks 41.50 because then the rest of the fucking calls at 41.50 can finally sell off. And I can sell more credit spreads. I can sell an obscene number of credit spreads out of the money, dork. So many. That guy's cost basis on Bobby? Who's cost basis on Bobby? Imagine not selling Bobby when Ryan Cohen sold out. And then not selling it again when it went back to $17. And then not selling it at like 10 and not selling it at 8 and then not selling it at 4, then not selling it at 3.80 and then not selling it at 50 cents. I can't imagine that because I sold when fucking Cohen did. Never mind, Google wasn't loading. Lilly earnings are on the 27th. I know when they are. Imagine shorting it at all those numbers you just mentioned. I only shorted it at 17. I sold naked calls on it like a fucking Chad at 300% IV. Right before they had that stupid morning meeting where they said nothing and circle jerked themselves, and then the CFO threw himself off a building. I was there. I almost threw myself out of my own window after sitting through that fucking meeting. How the fuck do you misinterpret the guy selling his fucking shares? You don't understand, Dork. He was gonna come back and save everybody. Bear call spreads on NVIDIA here, a bad idea? No. You may want to wait for a retest of gamma neutral to the upside, though. Bobby feels like a trial run, to me, feels like a trial run on market sentiment for when BTC goes sub 10K. Oh man, that'll be fun. Imagine owning Bitcoin at 10K, holding Bitcoin through 60K, then selling your Bitcoin at 10K. Bobby officially lower than MMAT. Hallelujah. It's like the angels singing. Well, every homeless person named Angel singing. Okay, Subway Cap, here's the problem though. MMAT is supposed to be a functional company. I made bank on BTC. I sold at 54, but I didn't want to be greedy. Imagine buying Cardano at all. Thanks a lot, Gav. You just gotta wait, man. I had BTC when it was worthless, then put it in Mount Gox and got robbed. Any expectation of for FUBO earnings? Will it be a CSP opportunity? Could be, yeah. Do I need to back this down a little? Am I getting a greedy? No, go down here. Go to 3. $41.25. Okay. Yeah, this is either gonna bounce or it's not. Still looks good there. That looks less good. Or like I should buy another call. Wait. I'm gonna wait. No, because futures didn't even pull back to 41.45 here. I don't think it's ready to drop yet. And volume's still contracting, so maybe I need to make this really clear because I feel like I've said it 100 times in the past, so I'll say it again. FUBO is a buy and hold. If you can get it cheaper, awesome. If you spent too much on it, piling into it in the beginning, and you don't know how to DCA, sad face. But if you didn't do that, and you've bought it over time, you should probably have a rough cost basis of like $1.50 to $2. The CEO has a performance bonus that he gets when the stock price hits like $10 if they meet their profitability goal by the end of 2024. So the play is betting that the company will hit their goals by the end of 2024. Not a squeeze play, Daniel Supreme. Not a squeeze play. No, your Fubo $10 calls are for the beginning of 2024. They're totally fucked. But I want money now. Too bad. Nice, Cobra. When do you expect the Treasury shorts to short oil? I think they started to short it a little bit last week, but on a market decline, ideally sometime before the end of this month. They just want, I think they just want to keep it, ideally, they want to keep it off $80 a barrel. Above 80, PPI, PPI prints could start to move up. And like oil prices could pressure the supply chain again. Will you ever buy Bitcoin again? Yeah, sure. I have buy orders standing at like 11, 8, and 8,600. What's the bear case for BTC? It has no value, like no actual value besides perceived value. Also, there's, risk and loss and regulation. Ooh, shit. Hold on. My garbage calls I've been holding all day are worth money now. Ah, how the turntables. No, I didn't say buying Fubo now was a 10 bagger by the end of 2024. I said it could be a 10 bagger, provided that the company meets their goals for profitability, which they may not do, right? That's the risky. Otherwise, it'd already be $10. See, Hazy, very, very slowly spy 412. By the end of the day, maybe 12:15, 412:15. You know, at this rate. The board are incentivized. Yes, they are. Wins by 400. Not today. Our main worry for Fubo is that sports streaming rights are so competitive. But that can also be like a bull case for Fubo, right? Since they already have a lot of broadcasting rights locked in, that makes them an attractive buyout target, doesn't it? Imagine someone comes in and just buys Fubo for billions. That'd be cool. You figure if DAZN is worth bailing out for billions, Fubo's worth buying for at least $1 billion. End of week PT for Jamie, above or below 20? How about just 20? I'm gonna wisdom teeth removed at 32 years old. I can't decide on 0 DTEs or hiring a nurse to feed me like a baby bird. I mean, if you can afford to hire a nurse to regurgitate food into your mouth, I don't know why you're playing 0 DTEs. That's an extremely expensive service. It's definitely not covered by your insurance. What's that you say? GameStop is guaranteed to acquire Fubo by end of 2024? God, I hope not. I hope Ryan Cohen keeps his dirty paws away from my stocks. Do you think 4117 could be today's local low? And the big boys drive it up overnight in anticipation for coming earnings and economic data. I mean, GDP might be anticipated, but I highly doubt that durable goods are PC or exciting anybody. When I was 12, I got my 2 front teeth knocked out with a metal baseball bat. They bonded them back together. Nice. Have you read Ryan Cohen's books? Fuck no. Is there a chance that Bobby stockholders don't lose everything? I don't know. Did they sell at 20 cents? Did my stop loss just get canceled? What the fuck was that? Oh. Never mind. I'm losing my mind. I think the chart just set to auto or something. That was fucking weird. Am I the only person who neither loves nor hates Ryan Cohen? I mean, I don't really hate or love him. I just don't care about him that much. I like to talk shit because it upsets people, and I enjoy upsetting people who hold closely stupid ideals. So why would people be continuing to buy Bobby today? Stupid or covering shorts? Your PT for Jamie end of week at 20? Surprised not lower. I mean, it could move lower, but I think it'll depend on the market selling off. I'm gonna be really frank with you. I don't give a fuck what GME does this week. How to rug pull a bunch of regards, but Ryan Cohen. We don't play long in here anymore. What are you talking about? I have calls. DRS appears to be working. Yeah, it's doing a great job driving the price down to nothing. FRC Finna Moon after hours. All right, man. Why? You've got an MBA, Chief Queef. Let me hear it. If you had to choose a CEO for operating your holding public company based purely on their capability of running businesses between Elon Musk and Ryan Cohen, which would you choose? Lisa Sue. I own a pellet grill. It's at my house that I don't live at. I've never taken it out of the box, but it's mine. Upstart is the new volatility circus. Yep. Because my CSPs need it to moon. Oh boy. You don't think you maybe should have been selling those today? What's up, turd? So I'm trying to convince everybody to buy batteries. What do you like, long Energizer? I'll put that chart up that shows where DRS started, and we've gone nothing but down since. Oh, you mean GME's chart? Yeah, let's look at that. So here's GME now. Wait, hold on. Let's go out to the weekly, where it's easier to see. Here's where DRS began. This is GameStop today. You know, frankly, it looks better on the weekly. At least we have this, right? Like a new downside target. Are you streaming Bobby's bankruptcy hearings? No. I don't like all this volatility. Hmm. Do the one where you look at CS profits. Those have been dropping. Why didn't I just put half my paycheck into Dole when you first mentioned it last fall? When is it going to stop going up? Apparently never. Yeah, Dole was unfortunate. I wanted to DCA into it like over a few months. I got my initial buy-in, and then I've never been able to buy it again since. Oh, wait. I'll put my order back. The stop loss hunts are crazy. Well, I'm hoping they stop loss hunt right into another limit buy for me. That'd be really cool. Do you have any high yielding CSPs that you like right now? Um, I've been selling short strangles on Express. Those have been pretty decent. At least on the yield side. Upstart's been pretty good lately. Let's see, CSPs. I'm gonna sell some on BTU soon, but I'm trying to be patient with it. Have I sold them on anything else recently? I've been selling a lot of spreads lately. Not so many CSPs. If Docu drops, I'll probably start selling CSPs on that again. I would say the highest yield for like risk has probably been Express. Oh, fuck yeah. We're gonna rub against 4130 for the rest of the day. Maybe. When you DCA something, is it okay to buy your initial shares and then use some of the reserves to buy CSPs at the next lower strike? Yeah, I mean, make your money work for you, right? If you're not going to do anything else with it. How do you reconcile the macro data that says the SPX should go down with the argument that stocks always go up? The bear markets have historically only lasted so long. Some of those bear markets have lasted years. The average is low, but some have lasted quite a long time. I would argue that markets can't function on greater fool theory forever. Eventually, actual value has to be realized, not simply someone else will buy it higher. Ooh, fuck. Look at that. Nasty. Mm, okay. Do you have an OI update? Sure. 4125. I mean, this is kind of like a battle between the 4125 puts and the 4130 calls. Except futures seem to be interested in pushing up above 4150, which is favoring the call side a little bit. But the call side is starting to take profits here in the chop, and it's already begun to weaken quite a bit. I would imagine, like I said earlier, any breakup in this range, if we haven't already seen the top of it, is very unlikely to last long. And I think it'll just be solely on the back of futures buying, kind of just retargeting that the upside of 4150. Mm, no. Okay. Yeah, this might be the last breakup we see in this range. What's better hedges for dying 616 Nvidia puts, buying shorter dated Nvidia calls, or selling out of the money Nvidia puts? I mean, you can sell out of the money Nvidia puts in order to offset the theta decay. Um, I don't know where you're positioned, but I mean, calls on Nvidia don't look particularly great now, right now, with it starting to slip below gamma neutral and gamma neutral continuing to rise. What's your thesis for a bounce here? I mean, it's already bounced, right, from where I thought it would. I haven't made any money on that, but it's already bounced. I mean, almost more than enough. There's still a decent number of calls between 4130 and 4140. There's a good reason to capture these, and zero DTE puts that have held on through this period have lost profitability, right? So on put capitulation, we could move up and retest. There's also a lot of buyers on the 4150 long side of ES. So really, I'm just playing like a small bounce, maybe at best test like the 41.35 level. That's really all I'm targeting. I don't think it'll move up much beyond that. If this had happened a little faster, I probably would have already been out of my calls. The only reason they're underwater right now is because of theta decay. So you're telling me the share offering, more dilution followed by Chapter 11, is not some kind of 69D chess mastery plan by Sue and the rest of BBBYRQ C-suite? Our Bobby is going through it right now. Cheers, Pickle Man. Yeah. What happens when the mass delusion stops? How did you come up with 41, 12, 15 SPY by end of day earlier? If I told you that, you wouldn't need me. Ooh, part of that Tuck Elon interview was pretty good. I wonder which part was a no-no. I'm gonna guess the part about using alien scare as a recourse to increase military spending. What? What? Why is Elon started tucking? I mean, that's kind of like his business. Her business? I don't know. Their business. I still don't know who Tucker Carlson is. Saying Fox News guy doesn't mean anything to me. He's the heir to Swanson Frozen Food Empire. Who is? Is that an empire? I haven't had a kids cuisine in like 20 years. Elon can tuck if he wants. Nothing is impossible. That's true. I mean, I'm not gonna try to stand in his way. Their way. CNN sacked Don Lemon too. Thank you, Kendra. Girk's being a troll. I'm really not. Who's the heir to the BBYRQ empire? Knightney? How did GME ETF FTDs from earnings look like for next week? What do? Bodie McBitface? They look okay. 5-1's interesting. I fucking hate this market. Just go up. You know you want to. Spyvix Vivix crime. Noted. That air would be popcorn trader. His port has done roughly the same. Their family castle is made entirely of frozen chicken. Oh god, you guys remember the kids' cuisine brownies? Fuck. Those were amazing. You know what was shitty though? Slopping that fucking green bean juice on your brownie. Did you guys ever have that happen? Any expectations for mega cap earnings this week? Well, they'll happen. Whole thing in the trash after that? Man, if you're eating kids' cuisine, you're way too poor to throw away your dinner. Gork, I want my $3 back. It took me a long time to come up with that Ko-Fi. You didn't send a Ko-Fi. That was your members chat, which costs significantly more than $3. Oh, you did? You did? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see this one. Girk, there used to be a graying tower alone on the sea, and you became the light on the dark side of me. Love remained a drug that's high and not the pill. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large, and the light that you shine can't be seen? Thanks, Seal. Imagine if Kendra is actually Seal. That'd be awesome. Seal is cool as fuck. Hey, Greg, thanks for making me laugh every workday. I love that you keep me company while working for the man. You're the best. No problem, glow stick. I hope Kendro's Seal and he's gambling away the last of his royalty money. I still think Walken is Matt Getz. I don't know who that. How do you know who that is? And I don't know who that is. I really need to update myself on popular culture. Is he he's the Congress person, right? I think I know who he is. He like diddled little girls or something. Ah, I'm sorry. That doesn't really narrow it down, does it? He's one of the Congress people that diddles little girls. Little boys. Oh, okay. Alleged diddled? Imagine if Seal really is a Kendra and is Bud Light's next spokesperson. Okay. Wrongly rightish. Oh god, she's the worst, but she ain't going nowhere. She fits their agenda? What? I know things about your country. The spectator sees more of the game. I mean, you're not wrong, but wow. I mean, are you talking about Seals the animal or Seal from Kissed by a Rose? Both. Seal passed away, not physically, but his career did. Val Kilmer's Batman was the highlight of his career, I think. It's Kiss from a Rose? I know. This is not an awful song. The song's amazing. I would rather never be famous than have Batman Forever as the height of my career. Val Kilmer was the best Batman. If you have an opinion on that, feel free to keep it to yourself. I have seen the Kiss from a Rose music video, and you're right. Okay, but what about Christian Bale? I mean, he's a psychopath. He's too like actual Batman. It's 1960s Batman best. You mean Adam West? Because he was drunk all the time. I'm glad you finally got that LASIK. Your eyes look way less crossed after this weekend. Hmm. Val Kilmer was the best Doc Holliday Tombstone film. There was only one of those films, right? I didn't see the new Batman. Who was in it? The Saint was pretty good too. Like weird and meaningless, but kind of good. The vampire guy, Patton Oswalt. Patton Oswalt is Batman. Yeah, but if Patton Oswalt was Batman, then he would have killed his own parents, right? Which would make him the Joker. Just in case anyone forgot, Patton Oswalt probably killed his wife to marry a woman that looked exactly like her. I'm not gonna have the pickle jar conspiracies just dying on us here. I want to make some money on these fucking calls, goddammit. Yeah. Woo. Break even. Now give me $8 a contract. I'm gonna sit on these bags for fucking 4 hours for 10%. Move it. Fuse contracts not having theta has been a huge benefit to my trading style. Why don't you like them? I do. I use them. I just don't talk about them a lot because most of the people here can't afford them. And even if they could afford them, they would lose all of their money trading them in like a day. Then I'd have no one to hang out with. I'm doing plumbing at Morgan Stanley, Beverly Hills. Any questions I should ask? Yeah. Who's lactose intolerant? Am I thinking about getting a vasectomy without telling my wife? If she asks for another kid, is there a way for me to preload someone else's white in my Jimmy so I don't have to tell her the truth? Might be able to use like a Ziploc bag and a small tube. You can't approve your own Ko-Fis. JC's been slacking off. Can you teach us how to become not poor? Have more money. Just cut the corner of the bag, twist it up like those frosting pipettes. Or you could probably just use a frosting pipette if you're adventurous enough. Yes, Netflix has a lot of resistance at 335. Tips from Gherk: need more money, just have more. You should hear my advice on depression. It's also phenomenal. There's minis and nanos and micros. What's your advice on depression? Don't be poor. There it is, Hazy. I told you it would happen, and it's happened. Spy is approaching 412. God, what a shitty... Why do you play this garbage? Just play QQQ. At least it's like statistically more likely to move a whole dollar. I closed my call an hour ago. That's fair. ES is trying so hard to test 4155. Ah, lame. No, I'm not gonna buy puts yet. It's still too soon. How the fuck are you banned from YouTube chat? Aren't you a moderator? No, end of 2025, not the beginning. So positive adjusted EBITDA by December 31st, 2025. Shadow banned from YouTube. Why the fuck does it keep doing that to people? Probably trying to explain to Kendra about sperm and semen. That makes sense. Kendro's not a real person. He's just a bot that tries to get people shadow banned by responding to him. All right. Calls are selling off. Now puts are selling off. I wish they'd make up their minds. Re? That's on May or June. 4,300, 4,350 bear call spreads. Are they deceptively safe? Why would you sell that much theta on SPX with $5,000 risk per contract? I mean, they're probably not unsafe, but that's a lot of margin to tie up. There's a list of unapproved terms and usernames that won't display messages. I.e., if you have dick in your screen name, the messages won't go through. And you know this because you've tested it repeatedly. It seems like a no-brainer to go hard into May 19th puts with earnings in the Fed meeting next week. Okay, well, I mean, the outcome of the Fed meeting is already like a given, right? We know they're going to go 0.25 to the upside. Earnings, however, we don't know. I guess there's potential that the Fed raises its target rate. That would be very bearish. Earnings contraction is already setting in, but we don't know how it's going to be realized in like the 10Ks of, you know, all the big corporations. Probably poorly. Buy more volatility. Thanks. Thank you. The composition of men. I'm immune because mod. Oh. Do my mentions go through, or does my handle shadow ban me? I can see what you're saying. People just like to tell you're the worst position that they can think of that might actually be true, so you can tear them apart in earnest. If it's too bad, you just laugh it off. Hashtag FinDom. Fox down 3% as they part ways with Tucker Carlson. Is there a play in there? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care. I was shadow banned by YouTube today multiple times until I found the bad word. The bad word was damn with a 4. Ah. Yeah, don't use curse words. If you don't use any curse words, you probably won't get shadow banned. So my options now pricing and it moved to 413. I mean, SPX has been pricing in that move all day, and it's barely testing it. I would not be surprised if futures get rejected soon. Hmm. Oh, I hope I fell on this put. That'd be so cool. Come on, futures. Tap it. Yes. Dope. So I want to see ES go to 42.77. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know VIX 1 day is on TV. It's delayed still, though. I'm already up 10% on this contract because of my sweet ass fill. I'm just going to take profits. Been away today helping grandma. TLDR on today. Dropped a little bit this morning. We're staying net negative gamma throughout the entirety of the day. Bounced to test like the 4130 level, but it looks pretty weak. I think it's gonna break down again. We might see a lower low today still. It's only what, 130, 145. Did you say VIX one day is delayed one day? It's like, I think it's like 15 minutes behind. Yeah, thanks, just won a moon. Oh. Well, we're generally here in the beginning of a handle on the SPX. What does it mean for the short and medium term? Bullish? How? Cup and handle? Oh, Jesus. SPX going to try to top 41.35. I don't know. The momentum kind of looks like shit, and there's not a lot of future buyers at 41.55. Are we not talking about Upstart anymore? Is that it? I talked about it like fucking 8 times this morning already. Kirk, I heard that you can have multiple positions and you don't need to full port into every trade you make. Is this FUD? No. Yeah, but you're the one who came out with the accusation, right, Cooley? You were like, oh, we're just not talking about Upstart anymore. Like, that's how you started the conversation. Not, hey, I haven't been here all day. I don't know what the fuck's been talked about. 31 million spy volume? Is this crime? Any thoughts on playing cat earnings? I mean, I'm not going to. They'll probably be good. They usually are. Until they're not. I'm from the Northeast. I'm naturally salty, my friend. I mean, I am too. It was boring. Hmm. Oh. How long are we gonna fucking chop here for now? Futures volume still declining at resistance. I don't know which way it's gonna break yet. Almost. Still 50 cents off 41.55. Let me see what calls are looking like. Some calls coming in at 41.40. Not a lot. 41.50 is getting stacked up again. Yeah, Dark Knight Trilogy was good. This chop is chopping my unhedged 616 SPY puts hard. What's the best way to hedge SPY? Buy calls or sell puts? You asked me this exact same question, Abe, earlier about NVIDIA. So now you're asking the same thing, but about SPY. Like, it's the exact same question that I answered the first time. He's testing you? Yeah, he is. So 41.35's still out of the money. Hmm. Although futures did test 41.55. The test is in. So I guess now we just see if the 41.30s hold or sell off. I have a 124 JWN 50C, and for some reason, it's up 112% today. Why? You know what? I don't want to know. I watch oil and gold. I don't really watch copper. By the way, I ended up selling weekly NVIDIA 267.50 puts that are up 12% so far. And I sold my profitable NVIDIA puts with a plan to rebuy puts the next time NVIDIA pumps high. What if it doesn't pump? You know it's below gamma neutral, right? So wait, hold on. You sold 267.50 puts and then sold off your hedge? So you just have naked 267.50 puts out? On NVIDIA? That's ballsy. Okay, so market just ripping now? No, not yet. Oh, okay. Okay. I get it. Is there any buying of further dated contracts? That still looks roughly the same. Market negative 0.1. Pickle jar market ripping. Yeah, you can tell that nobody has any theta on anything. What's the difference between a pineapple and a BMW? I don't know. I have loads of theta, and yet everything is down today. Hmm. I sold NVIDIA puts aggressively at 26.50 since NVIDIA doesn't seem to ever stay below gamma neutral. Yeah, it's been pulling back above a few times. The market too. And the market's not really down, it's just flat. So I don't know if that's a good sign for your LVS calls or not. The pineapple, the pricks on the outside. Remember when you joked about selling that amazing entry of a put at 10% gain? Then that in its entirety is my experience with options. I probably should have closed it. I'm gonna maybe buy another one here in a second, though. I think I have time. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Some 41.50 and 45 sold off there. $41.40 levels kind of important. Well, I guess if we stay under that, it's not. Fill the gap? Oh no. Could. Imagine shorting NVIDIA. Imagine going long NVIDIA at 270 and never making any money. What are APs and MMs doing that is slaughtering everyone's theta? Do you still think banks are levitating stocks and indices so not to have to pay out on interest rate swaps? I mean, that's not the only purpose of it. But yes, the market's stagnant here. There's lots of sold calls to the upside, lots of sold puts to the downside. Are there any senior living stocks that you've looked at, interested in playing the downside if there's an opportunity? No. What's the opportunity? Old people dying? I don't think you should probably play the downside of like hospice care and stuff, given the aging of our population. No, it's not that weird. I mean, one's just the measure of volatility on the VIX, right? Nope. I don't think you know what VVIX does, OG rules. I should have stayed in my calls. I flipped, and now my puts are burning. Okay. I mean, there was a test and a rejection. Exiting the calls wasn't such a bad choice. Flipping too heavily too soon might have been. You could always buy a call. I'm probably shadow banned, but it's okay. I still like the stream. Thanks, little orphan Danny. You're not. Yeah, you could straddle too. It's the measure of volatility on the VIX. It has nothing to do with the SPX or the price of the VIX. So variance and VIX high. Are you an FRC? Nope. Did you sell your profitable leg first on the straddle? No. I didn't sell them at the same time. I sold the like call side first thing this morning, and then I sold the put side like as we moved into the afternoon after the big drop. You can close them both at the same time, but you're going to reduce your percentage gains down to like 2 or 3% if you do that, unless there's a huge move overnight. I think I figured out timing and best entry execution. When everyone like this is pumping and going to keep going, set up a limit order above to buy the opposite side versus chasing. Yeah, that's generally what I do too. I just set it up a little early. I didn't think it would break 41.30. It didn't look like futures were going to push up much higher, but they wicked up a little bit more on the next couple candles, so. No, it doesn't suggest anything about longer dated puts. Or longer dated calls on VIX? Yeah, it could infer things about the options chain on the VIX. But nothing to do with the way the VIX is measured, right? Like VVIX has nothing to do with VIX's price. Is VVIX one day a different data package to get live on TV? They probably just don't have it set up on a live feed yet. Clip what? I just landed in LA, no Wi-Fi for the entire trip. Open up my trading platform to see this chop nonsense. Are they back to zero DTE foolishness? It's not as excessive today. There we go. Okay, that's starting to look a little more bearish. Maybe I'll pick up some puts. 41.15. Nonsense. Mm-hmm. Stopped out, made money. Yay. Nice, Dork. Do you switch to 1 GTE later in the day? Not on this fucking account. You did call Spy 41215. We're not worthy. But what a little bit above that. This was the unexpected range. Was all the hostility in the Discord this weekend? People being cunts. Bank testing 3050. Hmm. Interesting. Bank failing 3050. Where can I enter into puts on your viewer account? Haha, gaff. It's almost like people don't want to talk about fucking GameStop doing nothing all day. Thank God. What do you got, Dork? Ooh. Look at NVIDIA is pumping. My NVIDIA sold puts up 28% now, and looking forward to averaging down unprofitable NVIDIA puts after I see a top. I'm starting to get the hang of this thanks to your wisdom. Nice, man. Congratulations. Every time you say ooh, I buy another out of the money 0 GTE. So no packs on Upstart? I don't think Upstart's going to run this week. It doesn't look very good. Upstart has a lot of FTDs due over the next 2 weeks. I would chill on covered calls. I don't care about market maker FTDs. No, none of them look very good for any kind of OPEX move. I don't care about your strategies, Abe. When rejection? I don't know. Volume's drying up again. It makes it unpredictable. Yeah. I thought the banks are fine. Why banks failing? Why bank failing tests? Just because banks are fine doesn't mean people believe they are. Pickle jar switching bullish could probably move GME up $5 though. The amount of options volume these days. It's pretty pathetic, I know. Are my purple circles not purple enough for the purple club? Oh, no OPEX for GME this week. I was really clear about this last week when everyone was like OPEX for GME this week. And I was looking at my in the money covered calls thinking, wow, these are going to go up even more. Do I still have your undivided attention? No, not right now. What do you want? Why do I keep getting asked about senior living? I don't give a shit. If you guys want to go short senior living when all the boomers are fucking getting old as shit, be my guest. Are we gonna retest 4150? Ah, probably not. I kind of wish we would though. I want to sell more credit spreads. Gaff, you should probably consider shorting senior living because then you can roll the profits over into your own position at the senior living center. Who's senior living? No, it's really not getting that volatile. It's the volume's just drying up. Can I trade them straight up for extra graham crackers? Pudding. Or is there a whole middleman exchange thing to deal with? You might have to like give a Rolex to an orderly, and then you can, that unlocks your ability to transact your short positions for pudding. That's okay, Gaff. Your children are totally gonna come visit you. You're a great dad that doesn't spend every night up till 4 in the morning talking about crypto with randos on Discord. I mean, if I had children, I would also stay up till 4 in the morning talking about random cryptocurrencies on Discords. If I was in the Matrix, I think I would take the blue pill. Way easier, right? I don't want to be a superhero. Okay, a little fucking value. Sell off incoming? Maybe. I hope so. That'd be cool. Uh, Thoughts on FRC? I don't care about it. Everyone thinks they're going to buy a bunch of calls on a failing regional bank and become a millionaire. Good luck. It's totally not going to be $30 billion underwater tomorrow. I want to open Fubo position, but I can't figure out the best way to. CSPs have garbage premiums. Do they? Or shares don't offer good CC upside. I bought some August 150s, but I kind of hate it. Well, given that it's like a 2 year play, at least, August calls don't seem like a great idea unless you think it's going to run in the near term. CSP premium on Fubo is decent last I looked. That's a fucking 8% yield at the bid. I don't know. I don't know where else you're getting 8% yields in 25 days. I suppose your checking account, but that's not bad. Huge amount of CCs sold after GME earnings, with just DFV capturing that sweet, sweet IV. I mean, I sold like 600 of them, like right after earnings. So, yeah, I would say probably, if he still owns any stock. Maybe he just sold everything at the top last March and then he bought Nvidia at the bottom. It's just whatever. I mean, people buying FRC calls should really look at the basically any other penny stock with an options chain. The expected value is probably better unless it's BBBYRQ. It's yeah, it's just people like gambling on the hopes that I don't even know what. I don't know what they hope is going to happen there. Like all of a sudden, all the issue, like their deposits are just going to grow massively month over month, and they're going to start making more income on yields, even though yields are up, and their hold to maturity securities still suck balls. Like, what's the bull case? I just don't get it. Is it just because like calls are cheap? Thing went down, calls cheap. The irony of DFE being the major cause of GME downturn will be worshipped by Superstonk. Motherfucker's got a lot of shares, man. They're literally playing Lambos or food stamps, but when the reality they'll find themselves is they'll be bag holding 15% out of the money options that have been crushed to nothing after flat earnings. I feel like I'm not doing my part in the market properly. But should I be selling them the options? Hold on, dork. Interesting. Yes, you greedy fuck. Listen, man, I only need half of them to be wrong, right? Bet the yield on that piece of shit is insane. Probably is. Oh god, it's worth like $15 now? Hold on. 200% IV for 25 DTE, man. Oh. I like this. Hold on. I gotta fuck around with option strat here for a second. Oh my god, Dork. Hold on. Hear me out. Look at this shit. What do you think? As long as it's not $15 by the end of the week. That's a little better, actually. Do 16. 16, 15, 17. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because, like, if IV crushes, look what happens. All right, Wall Street bets. Who wants to buy some call? Who wants to buy some puts? Put calls. Oh wait, hold on. That's only moderately better. Well, it's still like the range. Look at this one. Oh. Ooh. Eh, that's not as good. Oh look, the market's falling again. Yay. Man, that's really slow. Are we gonna get some actual downside here? Puts are increasing 41, 25, 20, 15, and 10. Picking up. Calls selling off pretty bigly. Dark, I'm gonna sell like 5,000 legs of that. You fucking mad lad. I get 100 grand on credit. What do I have to worry about? It stays at $15. I'll sell it for May 19th. Still $15. Well, then I'm fucked. I mean, I actually get less credit if I sell it for May 19th. Don't be such a bitch. 5 DTE, Lambos, or food stamps. Oh, you can't buy a Lambo with 100 grand. Down payment on a Lambo. Hmm. Alright, I'm done fucking with that. Is this thing going down yet? This is boring. I wonder if we get 41.15 by the end of the day. Rebuilt title Lambo with Honda engine. Explain charm like I'm me. Oh yeah, no problem, popcorn trader. It's either a small ornament or the trait of giving delight or stimulating admiration. No, the market is going to stay here at 41.30 and build a house. So nothing to do with trading then. Oh, for you? Absolutely not. A non-defensive spell. Okay. To control as if by magic? When a boy and girl like each other, but girl like boy less and less, so boy try harder and harder, but he lose his game more and more, so he ultimately lose girl, but they may still sex. Okay. Explain charm like I'm about to YOLO 0 DTE puts. Delta decay. The closer you get to expiration, the less value your contracts will have. Explain charm like I'm one of your French girls. To a bow. Explain Delta like I understand what charm means. Explain Charmed, the early 2000s Alyssa Milano show. You know, after having watched like 3 episodes of it, I can't tell you what it's about at all. Witches getting sexy, feminine positivity. Sexy feminist witches. Maybe? I don't know. Girls doing girl things. Super hot witches meets seventh heaven. Naked sell the entire BBBY call chain and wait for the bag holder tiers to fill your tub. Just described my life. All I remember from that show is that millions of teenage boys dodged a bullet, not landing that girl of their dreams. Charm, it's like the movie Hitch before Will Smith's wife banged other dudes and he slapped Chris Rock. What? I don't care about any of the things you're talking about right now. Super Bowl man. Why are you wasting my time? Trying to talk about the I'm trying to talk about Charmed. You're going on about ESG, like anyone gives a fuck. Doing that thing where you make up a conspiracy theory and you're like, this is the way it is. Gun to your head, would you rather explain Charm to me as if my brain was 3 times popcorn trader size? 3 times 0 is still 0. Or explain expectations on FRC's earnings through interpretive dances. That's Charmin, not Charm. Jazz fingers are what happens to Wall Street bets, puts, and calls. Yeah, but it's not Charmander, it's Charmander. He's a he's a salamander that chars, not a charming ander. Onder. I don't have a brainstem. I have to manually tell myself to breathe. Charms the show with Salem the cat. I would rather have Salem. Salem was the coolest cat ever. Thank you so much, Jen Jen. Did you see that article that says retail's losing 358K a day on 0DT? That's shockingly low. They're wrong. Yeah, it's got to be more than that. No, I never saw the show Passions. That sounds like a fucking Like a Skinamax movie. That's Shard. Half squart. You Neanderthal. They probably forgot to multiply by 100. That makes sense. Please consider watching the documentary on the Uber driver BBBY guy. I don't like watching people have mental breakdowns, man. And I've been in enough Ubers where the drivers have had mental breakdowns that I don't need to see another one. Charm is that movie about the Amish girl that's really terrible. There's a movie about Witness with Harrison Ford. Vic's one day mooning. What mean? Someone bought puts 15 minutes ago? No, seriously, people are buying a lot of puts. I don't like watching people have mental breakdowns. You're streaming 6 hours a day and reading this chat. That is a lie. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When people like when Friday comes up and then people do that thing where they get like violently angry and drunk because they lost money, that's hysterical. Happens to one person almost every Friday in the pickle jar. There's always that one guy that was like way too balls deep into zero DTE puts or calls. Look at the SPY SPX charts year to date, and this is the flattest we've been in the last 4 months. Is it too much to want more spiky spikes? Man, I just want the market to go to like 41.15 today. That'd be cool. By end of day. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but it'd be nice if I did. When you say people are buying SPX puts, why does the SPX go up? Maybe they're selling them. Also, to be fair, it's a like the data is 1 minute old, right? So it's the previous candle. $41.25. That'd be okay. Looks like we just like futures just bounced off 41.50 a little bit. Also, people buying puts on SPX doesn't mean someone's not buying futures, right? Actually, I probably mean someone's buying futures. Well, Gherkin, I'm up 13 bucks on 4-0 DTE trades today. I guess you can say things are getting pretty serious. I actually might send this documentary to Uber Corporate, but I'm not sure if I want to get this guy fired. He honestly shouldn't be driving people around. I mean, is he? Or is he just like driving around and yelling at people about BBBY? No one cares about the debt ceiling, Super Bowl, man. You know that. Great, now the MMs have an index to watch to know exactly when to inverse the 0 DTE purchases. Yeah. Does Fubo have a chance to stop being drug around on the asphalt in the next year? Probably not. Next 2 years, sure. Maybe in the next year. We'll see how quickly they complete their goals. That is 2 years, Sir David P. If I could buy puts on Uber driver BBBY guy, I would. See, I told you I wasn't an influencer, Hazy. Was that a 4130C push? No, it just looked like some futures buying. Fubo wasn't even public in 2015. He showed up at the Bobby corporate office and they had 4 officers waiting to serve him trespassing notice. Then a few weeks later, he goes inside the building to take a picture of the CEO's office. Wait, really? What a fucking nut job. Through the window? 187 volume candle on Jimmy a couple of minutes ago. Our stock is dead and super stock is cheering. Send help. Just ignore them. It's like, I mean, like, GameStop's not going out of business, but they have the same mentality that Bobby people do. So it's just like, yeah, just ignore them. You're fucking idiots. They'll spend the next 3 months booking their shares or whatever they think matters. Hmm. He accused the door guy of covering up the CFO's fake death. I kind of want to see all these clips now. This sounds hysterical. I enjoy GME being below 20. I've learned that theta burns faster when out of the money. It does. Uh, yeah, I think GME could probably hit like 1550, like lowest, like 1550 or 15 over the next few weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. I can't wait to buy 50 sets of sheets for a quarter. I know, right? Have you been in a BBBY? The sales are insane. The book versus DSPP is so dumb. Like, I don't care either way, but you all keep transferring it back and forth, and it creates real sales of those fractional shares. Yeah, they're morons. Are they already going on? Yeah, I went inside one of the BBBYs in this city, and like everything was like 70% off. All they had left though were like there's like bags of like caramel popcorn they keep by the registers, some tape measures, and like shampoo no one uses. Whoa. You do love popcorn. I know, trash. My job as a financial analyst with CFO training at BBBY is official. Congratulations, Carl. You did it. I'm gonna get too heavy to migrate. Any Roombas? I don't know. It probably varies. I didn't see Popcorn Trader there, but he's very sneaky, so that might be why. What's the premise of a MacGyver episode? The inventory at the New York City BBBY? I don't go to New York City very often. Yeah, but the last time you were here, you kept texting me, "You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man." I'm gonna be honest with you. I never left my apartment to try to find you. There's some possible upside in early May, Deaf Man. Have you borne witness to the mental breakdown that is our BBBY? It's bullish because it's chapter 11. It is power hour. Is this MOASS? No. We did go up $4 though. Here, I'll zoom in on it to make it like crazier. Boom. What's NVIDIA doing? Hmm. Oh, fucking VIX. Still see downside on SPX today? I don't know if we're gonna realize it. There's puts there. My local BBBY closed a few days ago. I sort of scored a sweet coffee maker for 70% off. I should have bought two. Yeah, they sell the Breville espresso machines, which aren't the best, but I mean, if they're 70% off, who gives a shit? Ford keeps trending downwards, but has bounced off $11 forever. Can you give your thoughts on it? It's the most boring stock in the world. Can we finish it 0.000 on the day? I hate change. You might get your wish. Hmm. Lower high? Jesus fucking Christ. I really think the market might actually end up just flat today. In other cool news, treasuries are surging up and yields are dropping. Is this going back below 4130? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I only have like $200 on the line, so I don't really care what it does at this point. I made money on my straddle today. I made money on my puts this morning, and then some on my calls in the afternoon. That's half my board. I accidentally tipped a DoorDash guy like $340 the other day. I put 3.40. Yeah. But I guess I didn't put like it didn't click when I hit the like the dot, the decimal. Yeah, and then I didn't realize I tipped him $340 till like 2 days later when I was like, fuck it, right? Like, then I'm gonna pull it back. That's so shitty. Is this trickle down economics? Maybe. I mean, I don't think they know. They don't know that you've tipped them until, or like what you've tipped them until like after the fact. Otherwise you'd have DoorDash drivers like assaulting people all over the country. It'd be really bad for their business model. No, I didn't charge it back. Fuck it. Let him keep it. I'd feel worse about it, but like he's been to my apartment before. Like I think he like works in my neighborhood, and I think he's delivered shit to me like a few times, so whatever. DoorDash probably gave him $3 and kept the rest. Maybe. He probably DRS'd me with it. He's the proud owner of 3,000 shares of Bobby now. Can't be worse than tipping 340. It was for a tea from across the street. I didn't want to leave my building. So there's like a coffee place across the street from me, and they have tea, and they're on DoorDash. I felt like 340 was a decent tip for a $4 iced tea that he literally only had to carry across the street. 340 was an awesome tip for doing that same thing. Treasury's going up theoretically messes with the tinfoil hat theory. No. It just means the market is going to probably go down. Or they're getting squeezed. You know what? Autist, formerly known as AJ, would really help your understanding of the treasury theory is if you knew how treasuries worked and understood yields and bonds. Then you wouldn't have to ask me so many questions about the treasury theory because it would make sense. Treasury squeeze, market crash. Treasury squeeze, everything crash. Do puts cost same like treasuries? Treasuries probably have a better return. It's not a Starbucks. I don't know if that helps or hurts you, but they would ideally like to keep the price of treasuries down. Here's the problem, though. When the market's up and no one's buying treasuries, yields go up, which makes treasuries more attractive. You ever buy any decent diamonds? No, I don't buy shiny rocks. What dull rocks do you buy? Hey, futures is doing a thing. We're gonna test gamma neutral. Oh, they want to close above gamma neutral. That'd be exciting. If we close below gamma neutral today, that's the first time in like 4 weeks, right? Interesting. I don't know. Maybe they just want to fill that little gap from this morning. This little fucker. Market makers must just be they have to just be killing it with all these fucking out of the money puts and calls expiring every on zero DTs every day. There's so fucking many of them. It's like the entire OI for SPX all in one day, every day. I need to become a market maker. This is bullshit. Are you charge $123 to use ATP streaming quotes? What the fuck? Oh, instead of like delayed, so they're gonna charge $123 for live data? These surprising news can send the entire stock market into a fucking frenzy. Probably, yeah. Things are probably not very stable right now. Is Opera worth it? On what? Is it real time or delayed? And how much? And what platform? WeBull? Yeah, it's worth it. It's like $3 a month for live options data. One could say the market Fed has the market on tenterhooks. I mean, not yet. I think everyone's making really broad assumptions right now about how the Fed's going to handle the rate increase. I think like everyone just assumes 0.25 is coming in and there's going to be no other meaningful change, but 0.25 brings them to their target rate, and their target rate may not be sufficient given the last CPI and PCE data. And then also, we don't know what PCE data is going to look like this Friday, right? But it will be factored into the Fed's decision. So it's interesting to say the least. I don't think treasuries are going to squeeze. I should be really clear on this. I don't think that like the treasury thesis is going to cause some catastrophic event. I think it's just an explanation for why the market keeps pumping and dumping in a very narrow range, and what the motivation to do that is. Ah, fuck off. %70 chance, 0.25, 25%, 0.5, 5%. What? On God, I'm gonna need some preparation H and KY because this whole trading day has been a pain in my ass. Really? I thought today was pretty easy. It was like puts, calls, and then nothing. Like calls are really cool, like right up until I don't know, like right here. I guess you could have bought calls here too. Although, to be fair, this didn't look super bullish. But this part was easy as shit. This is just like puts and then calls. Yeah, I did good today too. Congratulations, Carl. Yeah, today was nice. I like up down day. Let's do this every day. Every day V. I think I'm okay with that. As long as the V is $10 deep. Yeah, I made negative $700 today. Well, but you're you. They also stated had it not been for the banking crisis, they would have just done 0.5. Yep. Why be mean? I'm not being mean, but I mean, $700 down is like, isn't that pretty good for you? Nice, Danny. Oh, so it's just for professional accounts. I don't think you need to worry about it then. It's in my top 10 trading days. Oh, okay. So, all right. Well, like I said, that's pretty good for you, right? That's not a straddle, Joe Rowe. That's a strangle. Trying to sell my car to Carvana, but the Audi financial website won't work. Same like DRS. Ah, my good bean. Wait, is the bean back? I did DRS my car. How did you know? I just assumed. I think I'm gonna roll my CCs on GME and Upstart down and out, and not immediately YOLO the premium into 0 DTEs. Call me crazy. Any OPEX plays for you? I was thinking Upstart. No. There are no VIX one-day options. It's just an index. I sold my car to Carvana. Pro tip, wait for the first offer to expire. They increase the offer by 2K the second time. Interesting. I withdrew 8K from my trading account today, so that preservation of capital is pretty incredible, historically speaking. Huh. My good bean has been here forever. No relation to any other bean. Understood. So not same like broke bean. It's easy to get the beans mixed up. There's, some people would even argue that they don't exist. Joke's on them. This will be the third offer. NVIDIA flirting with a 270 breakdown again. Yeah. They don't. Beans are made up by card companies to sell more Valentine's Day cards. I think there's a subreddit for that. I'm highly liquid bean. Okay. Which T Swift concert are you going to? None of them. Then I'm going to go and immediately buy the same car, but 2 years newer for less money. Smart. This is it. This is the price of the US economy now. The bear and bull case have been priced in, and the market no longer needs to trade. Carvana arbitrage or carvitrage. Perfectly balanced, perfectly efficient, dork. Why did you remind me butterflies exist? I don't want to play FRC, but now I feel greedy. Have the markets reached perfect equilibrium? It would appear that way. I just sneezed and farted at the same time. Did the market price that in yet? Or can I make some money off the arbitrage? We're becoming Canadian? Oh no. I think they're going to try to keep it below 80. Is market straddling FRC earnings? I don't think anyone cares about FRC earnings. It's already not worth anything. It's not going to suddenly be worth more money. Below 80 until they cut production? Well, I mean, that's the risk of shorting oil, right? What's up, Dork? Feeling like a pump into close kind of day? Let's see if they're going to be a pump or a dump. %50 out of the money puts on FRC for earnings. Like to hedge my bet? I already sold all the puts. Now you want me to buy some? I guess I could. Then I make even more money if it goes down. But I also make money if it goes up. They each have their own use. Strangles are fine when the market's trading in really broad ranges, right? Like we were back in February, where we were moving like 100 points a day, multiple times a day. So when liquidity is good, strangles are fine. When liquidity sucks, you want straddles. Make sure you hedge your puts with more puts. It's not about the money, it's about sending a message of stupidity. But I just want the money. I heard you're DRSing Bobby to keep them out of hedgy hands. No, I'm gonna buy 1,000,000 shares of BBBY and then make them available to lend. Ooh, how much would that even cost? $4. FRC implied move is almost 28%. I can't wait for it to just open at like 15.50 tomorrow. I'm not even gonna let the hedge funds borrow the shares. I'm just gonna gift them. Get a tax break on it, RevRQ style, but RevRQ's eating up the whole tax break. I'm just gonna buy the shares and then slowly sell them off to push the price down. Goddamn savage. Just like every time it moves up 10%, I'll sell 50,000 shares in a block order. It's like that time Moonwind sold covered calls on GME and I got mad at him. Am I that petty though? Yes. What? There's no OPEX this week. It's garbage. See what Jimmy's doing? It's lame. It's being lame. Even LRC is worth more than Bobby, and I hate LRC. I'm listening, Dork. If it was more than 50 cents, I'd short strangle, right? But it's not. Buy a shit ton of Bobby, synthetic short the fuck out of it, and exercise. Hmm. It's too liquid. It's too many shares. It's not worth it. Although, no. Jimmy gonna OPEX down to the $18 to $19 gap? Possibly. Thoughts on economic data tomorrow? There isn't any. There's like some house pricing index shit. Was SPX just gonna stair step $10 down a day? What? We're flat today. We're not stair stepping anything. We're just flat. We're like at the same price we closed out on Friday. No, so the yields go up when the bond market stagnates, right? There's no interest in bonds, so yields start rising, right? Which naturally encourages interest in bonds. And then the more yields rise, the higher the incentive to buy treasuries, right? Which would drive up treasury pricing. You're conflating yields with bond value. This is not how that works. SPX has been basically flat for April with little to no excitement. Yeah. Well, liquidity, to be honest, like liquidity just got sucked out of everything when we peaked, like at the end of March. And then the market had already rallied too hard, so the bull side was slaughtered, right? But the bullish positions were there, which kept anything from dropping. Slippage, yeah, that's the biggest negative. Also, it can be kind of hard to buy them back, so you can get slippage selling them and slippage trying to buy them back. About this Fubo 1 CSP someone recommended earlier, 8% is 6.5% after fees because it's pennies on the dollar. If I do this over the next 94 months, my $700 will be $1 million. Bow now, peasants. We have an end of day poll over 41.35, 41.35, under 41.35. If I make an end of day poll, the only option is going to be 41.35. I don't know. There's far more out of the money calls right now than there are out of the money puts, and we're net negative gamma. So if there's a sell off of 0 DTs into close, down is probably more likely. Although, like the effects of like charm on those positions, like the market maker should already be dumping these hedges. The only reason we're moderately stable is because people keep buying 4140s. But those are just like the big swap dealers. You can look at their earnings reports and see what kind of well, you can see what kind of swap risk they're carrying, but not what specific swap risk they're carrying. You can go back and look at the CFTC reports back when they were available in like early 2021 and see who had the most inflation swaps back then, because those would be the ones that are most at risk now. Interest rate and inflation swaps. Dork, when credit crisis. Hey, GME's getting a little more liquid today. Someone's doing some covering. 6? Okay. Good enough for me. Why are people still buying 4145s? 4125 starting to get stacked up a little bit. Jesus Christ. There's so many puts and calls at 4130. I mean, there's way more calls, but what a fucking shit show. When do we get our replacement rev shares? You don't. They get blown up. Blown up and destroyed. Any big earnings tonight? Yeah. I can't remember who, but there are. We got what? CNI. Whirlpool, Cleveland Cliffs. KO is this morning, right? FRC, Cadence Bank. Alexandria real estate equities. That's a big one. No big tech tonight. Yeah, no big tech tonight. PKG. Hmm. HP is having their meeting tonight, I think. Their annual meeting. Prudential, Ameriprise. I don't think PKG is going to be all that important, but maybe. I'm not buying any fucking FRC calls. I sold short put condors or short put butterflies on it. Pre-market tomorrow's ups. UPS, Verizon, GE, Sherwin, 3M, and McDonald's. Yep. Lots of Dow shit tomorrow morning. A lot of Dow shit tonight, too. Since 40% of your chat is full port into FRC, are you going to stream earnings? Absolutely fucking not. Also, no wet dirt. Fix one day, 52-week high. How do you handle your dividend accounts? I don't. They're dividend accounts. Most of them I have pretty low cost bases on, so yeah, I just told them. Do you think SPX opens higher or lower? I mean, I just want it to close below gamma neutral. I'd be cool with that. What's the status of zero DTs? Chance of some volatility into close. I'm not really sure. There's a lot of buying going on at the 41.45. Yeah, 41.40 is picking up too. So yeah, we might move up a little. But then if those don't go in the money and they dump, we can move down really hard. I would say the long side's definitely getting pressured. The short put sellers do not want to close below gamma neutral. That's not good for them. They've been selling too close to the money. Any thoughts on a $7 FRC put for $10? I mean, it's $10. Like, fucking, I guess if you want to. Here, I'll buy some. What do they cost? Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck that. Never mind. I'm not buying any of that shit. 350% IV. Get the fuck out of here. If your FRC place goes bad, how much do you stand to lose? I don't think it can go bad. So if FRC stays, I mean, it's already winning. I mean, FRC is above $15. And short it. Fuck off, dork. Famous last words. Well, IV would have to stay the same, right? So IV has to stay above 200%. So the IV 30 has to stay above 200%. And then FRC has to stay at $15. Otherwise, I make money. So if both of these remain consistently true for the next 25 days, then I can lose, I think, what's the max loss? $90 a contract? That's not going to happen. Fuck was that candle? Longs rug pulling other longs. Yeah, bond value's high. They want them down, but they don't want them down so much that a flight to safety occurs, right? So if you drop the market too much, and this is why we think they pump the market, right? This is why they like buy futures and slam the zero DTs to drive the market up, is because if you drop too low, right? Like say you start to drop into a range that, discredits the future earnings valuation of the S&P 500, right? Then people are going to start looking to futures or looking to treasuries for yields, right? You get a flight to safety, which massively increases demand on treasuries, which causes treasuries to go up and fucks their shorts. So they can't have the market stay stable for too long because then yields go up. And they can't have the market drop too hard because then treasuries go up. So you need to drive prices up, stabilize them until yields are moderate, and then drop them. And then drive them back up again. And in doing that over time, if you do it efficiently, you could theoretically drive overall yields down. So, like, you know, if you can do it consistently enough over a period of time, you could drive yields down, provided the Fed stops raising rates. The biggest problem here is the Fed keeps raising rates, right? That's why there's been so much pushback. So they get it into like a nice flat range where yields should stabilize a bit, you know, and but then the Fed raises rates again. So you're short IV? Yeah, mostly. Check DM. What if I don't want to? Well, I'll check it. Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, sure. Probably not treasuries directly. Maybe like TLT or long T-bond futures. No, it's to encourage bond buying to lower yields. Pushing equities up decreases bond buying, right? Protecting the price of treasuries. The risk is twofold, right? On the top range, you have yield risk. On the bottom range, you have treasury risk. I don't know what's so complicated about this. This seems very simple to me. So when equity prices go down, your yield risk gets reduced, but your treasury risk goes up. Right? As long as it doesn't go down too far. And then when markets go up, your treasury risk goes down, but your yield risk goes up. And I think that has to continue until the Fed stops raising rates. No, we won't know until tomorrow morning because the OI print. I'm sure it's moved. I don't know how much. What do you want to talk about OPEX? It doesn't look like there's any OPEX this week. We don't have any significant realization of liquidity. If the Fed moves their target rate up, that could be very problematic. I mean, increased rates after this next one are already very problematic for everyone that piled into yields or piled into bonds during the banking crisis, right? Because then that pushes those maturities underwater again, right? You think Jimmy will get any bump? Why? Why would it? Can you TLDW the uptick in volatility and volume in the last 15 minutes? There hasn't been an uptick in volatility. I mean, it's moving into the end of the day, so futures volume generally goes up into close, but I mean, we're still trading fucking flat as shit with 2 minutes left till close. And it looks like the short side is going to win today, closing under gamma neutral, which is interesting. I wonder how important that is. It's kind of important. It means we're carrying a negative gamma hedge into tomorrow morning. Although there's no economic data tomorrow, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. With all the future stuff going on, do you think June could be big moves up or down since it's the next roll date? Maybe. Generally, it's the period prior to the roll that gets, well, the period prior to the expiration that gets volatile. When was the last time Nvidia closed under delta neutral? Is it under delta neutral today? Nvidia is nowhere near delta neutral. The last time it closed under gamma neutral was, well, slipped under gamma neutral was December 20th. By yeah, December 20th. I mean, all the days following December 20th closed under gamma neutral, but slipped under gamma neutral at close was December 20th. June 1st through June 7th. I think there's ETF FTDs in between there, but yeah, probably nothing till June. Ding ding. The day is done, and SPX is closed. The only exciting thing that happened today is SPX closed under fucking gamma neutral. VIX actually closing flat. Flat on the day. And SPX closing up 9 basis points. I don't know where it all went. But yeah, we lived through that, so that was cool. Nope, flat VIX not impossible. Oh, never mind, it updated like a piece of shit. Lame. Why'd you do that? FRC is moving at close. Who gives a shit? Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning when I wake up. Later, guys.